Okay, so so English Smart. So I'm just gonna do the yesterday we had done some of the exercises on the what was yesterday's activity? I think it was graphic novel, and we were done that. And then now we are proceeding to the next exercise, which is we did advertisement, okay, as well yesterday, and we covered, different types of articles that show different advertisements. So Bahauddin, did you submit the homework from yesterday?
Yes, teacher.
Okay. Did you understand how to differentiate between the advertisements?
Yes, teacher.
This was had done dialogue, and dialogue was conversation people. So that is text, responding to text. Read Bahauddin.
Teacher, your voice is cutting off. It's glitchy.
Can you read this, Bahauddin? Analyzing and responding to text. Can you read, Bahauddin?
I'm seeing the hyperboles page.
So analyzing and responding to text, okay? So can you read this, Bahauddin?
I can't. I just see on your sharing screen broadcast Zoom.
Does anyone else see the screen? Do you see the screen, Bahauddin?
I think it's showing me your suggestions recently added. Okay, now I can see. Analyzing and responding to text.
So can you read?
When reading a text, it is important to have a full understanding of its meaning. To draw meaning from a text, you can look at its different elements and see how they contribute to the meaning. Analyzing text, a narrative has many elements that work together to form its meaning. For example, characters, setting, and plot. Who is in the story? Who has the main purpose and conflict?
Yeah. And characters are whom that's about, right? For a story to be effective, it is important that characters are well developed and distinct. Their personalities must be well defined, and they should be interesting and relatable. Okay, so the main character of the story is called the protagonist, and the character of this main character is called the antagonist. Does that make sense? So the main character, can you hear me? What is the main character?
I cannot see your screen again.
Yeah, I'm just sharing it. But I was asking you a question. What do you think the protagonist is? The main character of the story? And what is the antagonist? Bahauddin.
The main character is mostly mentioned like a lot in a movie or a book.
Yes. Like Harry Potter is the main character. Harry Potter, right? He's the main character. And who might be the antagonist? Lord Voldemort, who is like evil type, character. You know what I mean? Actually, the net role or the villain role is given the antagonist. Okay, for example, Snow White. You may have the story Snow White. There's a witch that comes and gives her an apple. So who is the main character? Odin, can you respond?
Your voice is really glitchy.
Yeah, how would you? I'll give you an example. Snow White, and Snow White is a character, and do you think Snow is like antagonist or a protagonist? Bahauddin, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
So what do you think is who in Snow White, I'm giving example, Snow White, or for example, Lion King. Let's give Lion King. So Lion King is like in Lion King, there's two characters, Mufasa and Scar and Simba. So Mufasa is like he is like he dies in the beginning of the stories. But what do you think is the main character? Who is the main character? Simba, right?
King is Simba, yeah.
Yes, and who is the antagonist? Who is the villain? Who is the villain? Who is the antagonist?
I didn't watch that movie before.
And
I cannot hear you, teacher.
what kind of okay setting? Can you read?
Okay, when and where does the story?
Can you?
Yes, I am reading.
There's a. Yes, the setting is the.
I cannot hear you properly, teacher.
Okay, can you read the again?
Okay, the setting, when and where does the story take place? The setting is the time and place in which the story occurs. The setting can be the world in which the story is told, the natural world or a fantasy world, or the description of the place in which a scene occurs.
Okay. Example is one of the main settings in Harry Potter series is Hogwarts, the school where Harry and his friends learn and practice their magical talents. Okay, So this the place that the setting is the the novel or the story is taking place in, right? Makes sense?
Yes.
Okay, the plot. Can you see the screen? Can you read plot?
Plot. The plot of a story is its storyline. It is essentially what happens in the story, and it typically involves a problem or a conflict or a resolution.
Okay. So plot is like a storyline. It's in, there's a conflict, there's a peak, like the like story like initial peak, and then the plot, the click middle, and the resolution at the end. So it's something happened initially, and then it goes. There's some conflict because of that, and then that might have a ending be so, right? Make sense? Oh, so this is a story I'm gonna give you to read, and you have to answer who is the protagonist, right? Protagonist is main character, okay? And who is the old Bill in the story, and these questions, right? Who is the antagonist, right? So I'm just posting it on the Google Classroom. Just give me 1 minute.
Okay, teacher.
So I'm posting it on the announcement page, so you can solve it. So Bahauddin, I'm gonna have to wait some time. Okay. Meanwhile, you can I think the Google Classroom is taking some time to upload. Yeah, it's not being uploaded, so I have to. Today I would just post it in the chat. Okay, so you can see in the chat. Like I posted. I will be posting the story. Do you see the document in the chat, Bahauddin?
Yes.
So the story is also being posted.
You can see it.
And okay. Okay, so meanwhile, I will share my screen with the grade 7. So Bahauddin, you can work on it. Or if you can go on your book textbook, go on page number 18 up till 17, okay? Like the page number, so page 114 up to 117 of English Smart, okay? So this is only for grade 6, okay? So grade 7 is like that, and Haiga, are you there?
Yes.
Have you uploaded the assignment for math from yesterday?
Not yet.
Okay. So please submit the assignments, okay? If there's anything, you guys have to keep up with the assignments, okay? Okay, so today we will be doing the relating decimals. So identify the most appropriate form of each quantity, write decimal, fraction, or percent. So should I use decimal, a fraction, or a percent to record the temperature? Okay. Do you guys see the screen? Haika? Haika, do you see my screen?
I see it.
Haika, Aya, do you
I
see
see
the
it.
screen?
I see it.
Okay. Should I use a decimal, a fraction, or a percent to record temperature? Okay, which do you think is which one I should use for recording a temperature? Should I use the decimal or fraction or percent? When they say sometimes it's 27.6 degrees, do you think usually decimal is being used, right? So what do I have to write here? Decimal, right? So decimal. And then what about for B? Can Aya answer? Aya? Record part of an hour. Aya, are you there? Okay, Haika, for B, can you answer? Can you please unmute, guys? I want you guys unmuted for this class, okay? The 15 minutes we have for math. Please unmute your mic.
My mic's unmuted.
Okay, just keep it unmuted. And what about Aya? Can you unmute your mic? Mics cannot be muted, okay, in the class. Aya? Are you there? Okay. Aya, please unmute. I'm waiting right now. Because for the class, you have to have your mic open so I can at least know if I'm hearing you guys or not, right? So it's not fair if I keep to waste time. So Aya, please unmute. Okay. So record part of an hour. So do you think part of an hour usually is better to write it in percent, Haika? What do you think?
Sorry?
For the B, for 1B, what am I supposed to write? Decimal, fraction, or percent? Can you read it?
Yes. Record part of an hour.
Yeah. So should I use decimal, fraction, or
Percent?
you think percent? Because usually for hour, how do you write it? Like one, if it's 1 to for example, 1 to and 1 hour and 30 minutes. So isn't it better to just write it like in a fraction form, like 1,
Yeah.
1, 2, right?
Fraction.
Like, yes, fraction. Okay. And then C, what do you think? Show an interest rate. So show an interest rate, what am I gonna write? So Haika, can you tell me?
Yes. Show
So it's interest, okay? Your bank is charging you 22% of interest. Do you think?
Percent.
Yeah, percent, right? So describe the amount of pie eaten. So how would, if you have a whole circle of pie and you eat 1/4 of it, what do you think? Fraction, right? Okay, this is percentage, okay? And then this is fraction. That's right, short form, okay? E, decimal, and then we said fraction for the second one, and we said percentage for the third one, and we said fraction again, and then record the length of a hiking trail. So length is usually measured inches and right. So if you measure length, right, of a hiking trail or in feet, it can go to like 1 feet and then can go point. You know, when you see the kilometers, how does it go? 7.4 kilometers, right? So it's decimal, right? What do you think?
Decimal.
Decimal, yeah. And then for F is describe the population growth of a city. So how would you describe the growth? In a decimal, percentage? Usually when you see graphs, you see like, 70% of population is
percent.
yeah, so it's percentage, right? Okay, good. Okay, so write the equivalent decimal fractions, okay? So let's practice some of these, okay? Let me share the whiteboard. How much is this? 1/2 in fraction, right? This is decimal. And then to fraction, it's 1/2. Does that make sense? Aya? Aya, are you there? What about Haika? Do you understand how I converted the decimal to fraction? So the question that we're given is 0.5. I changed it to 1/2. Make sense? Haika? Haika?
Sorry, I thought my mic was unmuted.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying that please keep your mic unmuted. And I'm telling Aya again and again, but I don't see a response. I don't know what's happening. Okay, so this is 0.5, and then we have to convert it to 1/2 to make it right into a fraction, okay? Now I'm gonna give you one question and you have to do it. Okay, so your question is 5 over, let's say 3/2. Can you convert this to a decimal, Haika?
Let me see. Is it going to be 3.2?
How is that, Haika? You did not do the calculation, so you have to show the work, right?
Okay.
For example, you have 3/2 just means 3 divided by 2, okay?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so now you can do the calculations. So what is 2 times what gives you 3? What number?
There's nothing, so you write 0.
No, 1, right? 0. 2 times
Yeah.
anything 0 is 0. So you need 2 times something closer to 3.
Yeah.
Is 2, right? 3 minus 2 is? 3 minus 2 is what?
3 minus
Haika?
2 is 1.
1. So your remainder is 1. So how you write it? You write your first the whole number, the quotient, you write it as a whole number. Then remainder goes on top, a little, like you have to write it smaller, and then divisor is on 2. Okay, makes sense? So this is your answer in fraction. Sorry, this is your answer in fraction, but we don't need fraction. We need to convert decimal, right? So we have to continue. So we have to add a decimal. Once we have one left, we have to add a decimal to put a 0 beside it. So 2 times what number gives you 10? Can you tell me?
Sorry?
2 times what number gives you 10?
5.
5. So 10 minus 10 is just, so 1.5 is decimal. 3/2 just equals to 1.5 basically in decimal. Make sense? So we converted this to, okay. Okay, so let me. So I'll give you this one to do. Can you do question 517, this one, Haika, the one I circle?
Okay.
So I'll give you 2 minutes to do it. If you want to do it on paper.
How would I like do it to the 5 that's on the side?
So the 5 is, you have to remember, we learned that this is mixed fraction, okay? You have to convert it to improper. So the first step is you multiply this 20 by 5 and you will get a number. You can put a box beside it, okay? And that number you have to add it with the 17.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Aya, are you there? Aya? I think you should get another a better internet because this is not, I cannot hear you. Can you write in the chat if you can hear me? Haika, are you done?
Almost. I'm just dividing. Teacher.
Okay, Haika, are you done?
I actually need help. Do I take my answer, which I got of dividing them to a decimal, or do I have to like add something else?
So what did you get on top first? First tell me what you got as a fraction.
5.
No, what did you get on the top? Here? What did you get after you converted this?
117.
Yeah. So this is your fraction, right? Now you need to convert it to the decimal. So what you do is you do the division, 117. So
And
what,
then
20 times what number gives you 117?
so the closest would be 100, so you do 5. Then after you'd minus that, you'd get 17. And then it'd be 5 over 17.
No, but we have to convert to decimal, right? Because then that would just mean we got this. We have to convert to decimal, so we have to add a decimal. So now we have to 0.
Do
Make
I
sense?
do I do like 5.17?
Yeah, 5 point. What number gives you 170?
170?
Yeah, 20 times what number gives you so 20 times what number on the top will give you 170? Can you tell me?
Why are they called fossils fuels? Because one dead organisms
160 would be the closest.
parallel
160, and what's that number? 8, right?
Yeah.
and cold.
So 8 goes on top, and then 160. So 170 minus 160 gives you 10. Okay, then I add another 0. Okay. Now 20 times what number gives you 100?
No.
5.
Fossils fuels
5, right?
Yeah.
So 5.8, and then I have to add a 5 to get 100. Minus 100 will give 0. So 5.85 is my answer, right? Make sense?
Yes.
That's how you convert it to the decimal. And you know, when you read this 5, you don't say 517 or 7. You say 517 over 20. Okay. Makes
Okay.
sense? Okay, so let's do now fraction to percent. So some questions are for homework. I will post this worksheet. Let's do fraction to percent. So 4 over 25, okay? So let's do this in the whiteboard. So I have more space. 1 second. So can you do this? Can you convert the fraction to percentage? Do you know how? Okay, you know that usually all you do is multiply by 100 to convert any fraction to percentage. Make sense? Okay, then you can get your answer in percentage. Make sense? Okay. Heike, can you hear me?
Okay.
So now what do I do? 25. Okay, I put a 1 at the bottom, and then I can do is that so 100. Okay, so now I put a 1 at the bottom, and then I do the multiplication, right? So 4 times 100 gives me what? 4 times 100 on top, right? 4 times 100 and 25 times 1. Okay, so what is 4 times 100? Heike? Heike? Yeah.
It'd be 400.
Okay. Yeah, so now what is 4 times 100? You said 400, right? What about 25 times 1? 25, right? Now can you convert this into a percentage by dividing? Okay. So what is 25 divided by 400? What do you multiply by 25 to get, first do the two numbers. So 25 times what gives you 40?
That would be close. 1.
1, right? So 25, then 10 minus 40 minus 25 is what?
Sorry?
So first, how do you do 40 minus 25? Can you do that? Can you do it on the
Yes.
screen? Can you write it on the screen?
Oh, yeah, sure. Okay, so you'd have to take away the 4 and make it into a 3. Here, I'll change the color. You have to take away the 4 and make it into a 3 because you have to put 1 here. So then, and then that would be 5.
Mhm.
Then over here would be 1.
Now I have 15. And then 25, nothing can give me 15, so I have to bring the 0 from that side, right?
Mhm.
So can you put the 0 now at the bottom? Yeah, now I put it. And now can you do the 25 times what number gives you 150?
Okay, that would be so 4, 7. No, 6.
6. So 5 times 6 is 30. 50. Yeah. So 6, right? 60, 16. So the 400 over 25 means your percentage is basically going to be 16%. Okay.
Okay.
So if someone scored 4 out of 25, they get 16%. Make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm gonna be posting some of the questions to you to do. Okay, 1 second. Okay, let me share my screen. Okay, so I'm gonna be posting the questions that you have to do. So when our practice, we're gonna do a little bit more. Make sure that you understand. Okay, Micah.
Yes.
The fraction now 170%. So this is one. Sorry, I want you to do actually this one. Okay, can you convert this to a percent? Okay, Haika. So you have 2 minutes. Okay. So let's do it together actually. So what's your first step? What do you have to convert this to a improper fraction. This is a mixed fraction form. You have to convert it to an improper fraction,
So
okay?
3 times 6, no, 3 times 10 would be 30. Then
Yeah.
plus 3 would be 33.
Yeah, so 33 over 10. Now, to convert this to percentage, remember I told you have to multiply by 100, okay?
So you multiply 10 by 100. Or
No,
30.
you have to 30, so you 30, the whole fraction, you're going to multiply by 100. So you have to consider this as being over 1, okay, the 100.
That
Now
would be 3300.
Yeah, 3300. So 330, no, 330.
No, I might have added an extra 0 by accident then.
Okay. Because it's, no, actually you're right. Yes, 3300. Yep, you're right. Okay.
Okay.
Then, yeah, sorry. So 10 times 1 is?
10 times 1 is 10.
10. So you can, you know what you can do now? Because you have a 0 at the bottom and 1 0 at the top, you can cross the zeros, okay?
Okay.
330 over 1. Okay, that just means that 330 over 1 just means your 330 divided by 1, which is just going to be equal to 330. Make sense? Do you guys understand? So this is the percentage, 330%, okay?
Okay.
So that means he's over 100%. Okay. Okay. What about 230%? So how would you convert something like this? Let's see it on the screen. So Haika, if I have 230%, I want to convert this to a fraction. How would I do it? So go backward, right? Like, you know how we had, we were multiplying it, so now we're gonna divide it by 100. Make sense?
Okay, I'll divide it by 100.
Yeah. So once you divide that, you're going backward, right? First we were multiplying, now we're dividing because we have the percentage to fraction. So divide by 100. So then we cross the zeros and we just get 23 over 10.
Yeah.
Make sense?
Okay.
Now can you convert this to a mixed fraction form? Is it improper, right? So we need to confirm mixed fraction. So how do you do that? Divide, because 23 just means 23 divided by 10. 23 over 10 just means 23 divided by 10, right?
23 divided by 10. That would give 2.3.
2.3, right? I don't need it in decimal. I'm looking for fraction form. I want to convert this improper to a mixed fraction, like a whole number. Like, remember how we used to multiply like this form? Like, you know, that form. That, I want to convert it to that, like, as a whole number. Okay?
Okay.
Makes sense? So how I do that is, first I have to do 23 over 10. 23 divided by 10. So can you do it for me? So 10 times 1 is 23.
So that'd be 2.
2, then you get 23. So this is my remainder. So once you get your remainder, that's what you use, okay? So 3 over the divisor, 10. Make sense?
Yes.
So yeah, this is 3 over 10. So the quotient, you can write it big, and the 3 you write, the remainder you write small over the divisor. So it's always remainder over divisor, okay? And then the quotient comes here. Make sense? Make sense? You can write it down if you want to know. Okay, so I will be posting some of the questions for you, Haika, to do right now. Okay. Okay, Haika, I want you to now today, okay? And you have time, like I'll give you 15 minutes to add these questions, the ones we did, right? The ones that
Teacher,
we
your voice
didn't
was
do,
breaking.
like for sorry?
Your voice was breaking.
Yes, I'm saying that I'm gonna be posting the questions for you to do on the announcement page, okay? And then you can continue working. So it's only one worksheet that I'm giving you today to do in class, okay? So you have to do it right now, okay? Like basically work on it. Meanwhile, I will do grade 6 math. You have to work on your grade 7 math and post it, okay? Post the answers. It's only one worksheet. It's an in-class worksheet though, okay? The
Yeah,
homework questions I will give you separately, but this to right now I want to see if you understand. So keep work. I'm gonna post it right now. I'm posting it, so you have to work on the questions. Actually, I don't think today I'm being able to upload, but I'll try. Okay, so it's there. Okay, so I've posted it. Haika, you can see, and please start working on it. Okay. So we did the first question though, but the question 2 and 3 and 4, you have to do it. Okay. Okay, so Bhawadi. So we're gonna work on math now. Bhawadi, assalamu alaikum, are you there?
Yes, teacher.
Okay, alhamdulillah. So we have to, I'm just opening it. This one. Okay, so yesterday's homework, you understood how to write fractions to like in least and greatest form, right? You did that?
Yeah.
Okay, and you understand how to add the common denominators, how to add them and
Yeah.
subtract? Okay. And let's do this question. So for example, you have 2, 3 over 8. How do you convert this to a mix minus 1 over 8? So first step is to convert this to a improper fraction, okay? This is in mixed form. You have to write it like this, in this form, right? So what is 2 times 8? Bahauddin?
Yes, teacher.
So I have to first do 2 times 8, and then I have to add that number to the 3. So what is 2 times 8?
16.
16, right? Then I have to add it with this 3. What do I get?
19.
19 over 8. So once I get 19 over 8, this is my mixed form. Now it's easier for me to subtract. So 19 minus 1 is?
19 minus 1 is 18.
18 over 8 is my answer, but I can simplify it by dividing it by its common number. So I can divide both top and bottom by 2. So what is 18 divided by 2?
It's 9.
Right, so 18 divided by 2 is gonna give me 9, okay? And then 8 divided by 2 is gonna give me, what is 8 divided by 2 on the bottom?
4.
9 over 4. Now I can convert this to a mixed fraction form because this is my improper. Now in the fraction form. So what is 9? 9 over 4 just means 9 divided by 4, right? Okay,
Yes.
Bahauddin? 4 times what gives you 9?
4 times 2 is 8.
2, right? So 9 minus 8 is gonna give me 1. Okay, so now I have my remainder, I have my quotient, I have my divisor and my quotient. So I have to write like this: quotient is top number, so that goes here, and then the remainder goes here, and the divisor goes here. Okay, this is the divisor. So how am I gonna write it? Can you tell me? 2,
The
1
answer is 2, 1 over 4.
Good, mashallah, very good. Okay, so Bahauddin, can you do one question for me? I want you to do question number 5, this one that I circled, okay? Is Imran in the class or no?
No, he's not here, teacher.
You can just work on this one I circled.
I know the answer of it, teacher.
What is it?
It's 4.
The answer?
Yes, it's 4, 4 over 5.
Okay. So let's see. So first you did the 5 times 3, then you did plus 1 on top. So that 15 plus 1 is 16 over 5, and then you did the same thing for the 5 times 1. Then you add it with 3 on top, so that makes it 8 over 5. Then you subtract them. 16 minus 8 is gonna give you calculation. So 16 and 2 is actually, yeah, 5 times 15, 15 plus 1. 15 plus 1. Question the other one. 8 divided by 5 is 5. You have to write it like this. So 5 times 1 is gonna give you 5. 8 minus 5 is 4. No, 8 minus 5 is 3 actually. So my answer is actually 1, 3 over 5. So how did you get 4 over 5, Bahauddin?
Okay, so you see over there it says 3 and 1 on the left of it. I put those together, it already became 4. So 1 plus 3 is 4, and then the 5 is stays same. So that's how I got 4 out of 5.
Bahauddin, we cannot do it like that. Bahauddin, the way I told you is the way you have to do it. Okay? Get the wrong answer, even though you're doing all the steps.
I thought it
But the
was
way I'm telling
addition.
you is the way.
I
No.
thought it
Oh,
was
addition.
addition. I made a mistake.
So
I'll do it again.
yeah. So even if it's addition, 16 plus 8 or 5, that makes it 24 over 5. So yeah, then you can probably get 4 over 5, yes. Yes, then you get it, yes. The way I'm telling you is the safest way. Why? Because when you solve one problem and then the other, and then you whatever you get, you do the subtraction. That's more better. But if you use the 3 and the 1 and then do the other way, then it might be correct, but it also will be, it's a little bit tricky.
I did not see the minus sign.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it's good. If it was plus, then your answer was correct. Okay. Okay. So what about write the missing fraction? So we have 2 or 3 plus blank equals 1. What is supposed to? We don't know anything, right? Just let's name it X. Okay, we don't know what it's X. Yes. So we have to find X. So what we do is, because this is being added on this side, we can shift it to the other side, okay? Two on the left side, we're left with X. And we do 1 minus 2 over 3, okay? Is that making sense?
Yes.
Okay, so then the X is 1 minus 2 over 3. It's gonna give us, you have to put the 1 on top, bottom, and you have to make it the common denominator. So you have to multiply them by each other. So 3 times 1 and 1 times 3. And top should also be multiplied by 3. And this top should also be multiplied by 1. So 1 times 3 is? 1 times 3.
3 is 3.
The bottom is also 3. Minus 2 times 1 is 2. And then over 3. So now that I have 3 minus 3 3 over 3 and minus 2 over 3, I can just do 3 minus 2, which is gonna be 1 over 3. So 3 minus 2 is 1. Okay. And then 3 minus 2 is 1 over 3 is. So that's my answer, okay?
Okay.
1 over 3. Can you do question number 63 for me?
Number 63.
Yeah, this one.
Should I see the answer or explain it to you?
Yeah. Did you do it already? Solve it?
Yes.
Okay. What did you get?
I got 3 over 8.
3 over 8, huh? Okay, 5. That's good. That's good. Okay, good job, mashallah. Then we have this one, complete the greater and less than equal to. So what do you think this one is gonna be? The
Question 74.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. They're equal.
They're equal. Okay, let's see. So 5 minus 1 is gonna be 4 over 8, which is gonna give us 1 over 2.
I think it's the one on the left, I think.
Which one?
I think 5 over 8 minus 1 over 8 is better than 1 plus 1, 16.
You mean it's greater than, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so 1 over 16 is 2 over 16, which is basically 1 over 8, and that's true because 1 over 2 is 0.5, and this is very, like, it's even less than 0.5, right? So it's 0 point something like 0 point, so if you do that, you'll see that 0.1 something, so that's lower than 0.5 is bigger, okay? That means this is bigger than this, okay? Good.
Thank you.
Okay, so can you do one problem solving question? The Brian one.
Brian and Brenda are digging a large hole to plant a tree. Brian digs 3 over 4 of the hole. What fraction of the hole must Brenda dig? What is the difference between the amount of work done by Brian and Brenda? Brenda must dig 1 over 4 of the hole. And the fraction of Brian and Brenda is 1 over 4.
So you're saying it's 1 over 4, okay?
Yes.
So Brian and Brenda are digging a large hole to plant a tree. Brian drinks 3 over 4 of the hole. So yes, so it's one whole tree. Brian, so Brian digs only like 3 or 4, and the whole tree is 1. Okay, so we have to know how much did Brenda do, right? So basically, we have to take the 3 over 4 and bring it to the other side, which becomes 1 minus 3 over 4. Then 1 over 1, you have to time by each other, top and bottom by 4, and this by 1. So 4 minus 3 over 4 is just 1 over 4. So good. 1 over 4 is the correct answer. You're good, Marshall. Okay, so you can continue. I will post the.
Okay, teacher.
So you have to submit it in class, okay, the other questions. Okay, and today, and if you do not have time, then you can submit them on the assignment, okay? Okay, so Bahauddin, you can continue working on the assignment. Okay, so I'm just gonna be posting it right now. So this is the grade 6 math in yeah, math and worksheet. So I've posted it. Bahauddin, you can continue working.
Okay,
Okay, and
teacher.
meanwhile, Haika, I want you to come back to class and we will be doing English.
Okay.
Haika and I.
Okay.
So can you read this? Haika, can you read?
Sure. Um, Definition of tone and style. Tone refers to the type of language writers use to address their audience when writing an email to a friend. For example, you may choose to use a friend, for example, you may choose to use an informal or colloquial tone, whereas an essay for an English class requires academic tone. Compare the two examples below. Example 1. The city should just start paying for our rides to school so we can use the bus money or other stuff. If this happened, people will actually get to value buses more and stuff. Example 2. If the city gave students free access to public transportation, riding to school for free would not only save students and their parents money, but it would also promote.
Oh, sorry, I think someone is. So, okay, continue.
Promote the use of the public transportation. While both sentences above convey the same idea, example 1 illusionist and informal tone or register, while example 2 displays an academic tone. Therefore, if you are writing an essay arguing for the public transportation, example 2 would be appropriate. Example 1 should be used when an informal tone is accepted, such as an email, a message to a friend, or a dialogue between two friends in a story. Style, on the other hand, involves more than just formality and informality. It contains how clearly we write. Some writers think that a good writing style equals wordy and complicated sentences, but that can make it difficult for readers to grasp the idea of the text. Essays should be written well written and free of errors, but first they should be clear and logical.
Oh, so there's some guidelines tips. It avoid using abstract and complex terms since they tend to confuse rather than impress readers. Okay, so like sometimes some language is very vague and only the writer might understand it, but it's hard for the readers because the readers, they understand clear text and they don't know what's going inside your mind or your so it's just like you have to be clear in your words, okay, when you're writing some essay, right? So you can make the reader also understand, right? So accept the writing will always seem clearer to yourself than to others. Therefore, do not hesitate to get another reader's opinion. So yeah, you can always understand that your writing might be understood by you, but it's not always a fact. Like it can be to others, it can be understandable because everyone has their own way of understanding things. So it's not it's just a general view of having, how your writing is clear and everything, you can have an opinion of another reader who can give you some suggestion on how to improve the writing, right? So it's like get your essay edited, right, or something like that. So keep your audience in mind while writing. Okay. So who are you referring to? Okay, if it's a children's, you're trying to write a novel based on children's view. So it should be child related, right? It should have maybe images or something that can, attract the child's mindset, and you can also explain, words that are not too complicated, easier for the children to understand, right? Make sense, simpler words. So, and then also know that the expectation of academic English is writing, and understand how, okay, so you have to have the English academic writing style, and understand how readers decode the information they read. Okay, so this is a style. This is how, like, that's what this is about. It's about your tone and your style. Okay, so these are some questions that you have to do. Think about things you normally write every day. What types of styles do they represent? List three expectations of academic writing audience. Okay. So most and students and school staff seem to agree that the food served to students in school cafeterias is not good enough. Why still serve it then? Well, the reality is that it's not that easy to change things in a school district. This fact illustrates the contradiction between what students learn in class and about health and nutrition and what they actually eat, right? So, um, sometimes even in school districts, they might not serve nutritious food, right? But they have pizza and other things. But they in our classes we do learn about, the balanced diet, and how to have everything balanced: protein, vegetables, fruits, and everything in your diet. But that might not be the case when you go in cafeterias and in your, local areas to eat, and you might not notice it because everyone's has, they're talking about it, but it's not really available for students, right, to eat, right? Makes sense. So, okay, the word choice is also very important. Most writers' problem with word choice comes from trying to use words they do not know. At times, you may feel the pressure to use vocabulary that is fancy or smart. However, using words those meanings you are not sure of may change your ideas radically. Misspelling a word may also confuse readers. Before using a word you are not sure about, ask yourself the following question: am I sure this is the right word to express my idea? To the best of my knowledge, did I spell it correctly? Is the word appropriate for this text and my audience? If I'm not sure about the word I am trying to use, is there any word I can replace it with? Okay, so these are some details on how to like what how to have words in your writing, right? What kind of words? Sometimes you want to use some vocabulary what words, but they might you don't understand them, right? So it's always good to have like books, and maybe read more books, and understand the meaning, dictionary, right? Use the dictionary if you don't understand, right? And the denotation and connotation words may carry a denotative literal meaning or a different implied meaning. For example, when writing a description of the place you live in, you may call it a home, a house, or residence. The three words denote or indicate the same place. However, the connotative meaning is different. Home refers to a warmer place than house. Residence probably carries very little feeling compared to the other two words. Okay? So when you're writing an essay or something, if you use these three words, they're the same meaning, right? It's like your local place where you live in. But if you use home, it might give a very warm, and a emotional feeling to people. But if you use house is just like a structure, right? And if you resident, that's actually very, that's very like it's a very terminology that you can use when you're maybe scientific or geographical location, but it's not very emotional, like it won't have that much feeling to it, right? The word makes sense. So the connotation understand difference between Haika, between connotation and denotation, you understand?
You'd like me to read?
Oh, I like, do you understand between connotation and denotation? Okay, so Haika, I'm gonna be posting the English questions you have to do, okay, on the Google Classroom. 1 second. Okay, so we're gonna do first of these. Assume your reader expect an academic tone. Replace the section in bold with other words carrying a more positive connotation. So Heike, can you read the first one?
Okay. The folks at my
Heike?
school vote against having makeup classes on Saturday.
So the folks at my school voted against having makeup classes on Saturday. So they have it in bold, right? So they have the word that has more positive connotation uh, than the other words, right? Is that making sense? So what about the other sentence? When I asked my little brother if he was hooked on videos,
Stop
he
sharing.
went, of course, I'm sorry?
Stop sharing your screen.
Okay. So when I asked my little brother if he was hooked on video games, of course I'm not. So what do you think the tone is? Is it what kind of tone is this? Hooked on video games, right? He went, of course I'm not. So the word hooked, okay, so we have to change it to a positive way. So when I asked my brother if he was hooked on video games, he went, of course I'm not. So how would he change the connotation? Haika?
Put it on. Of course, I'm not.
Yeah. So how would change the bold letters to a more positive word, like a word? If he was hooked. When I asked my little brother if he was watching video games, right? Hooked on, right? Instead of saying hooked on, if he was watching video games, right? That would be a much positive one. Hooked on means a bit aggressive, like it's like why are you hooked on this, addicted, right? If you want to say it's politely like a little bit, he was watching, right? That does not have either a like a negative kind of connotation. Makes sense? Okay, a more polite way, okay, for saying it. Do you understand, Haika?
Yes.
Okay, the third one is she approached the dude who was standing by the door. They asked, talking, then they chilled for a while. She approached the person, right? That would be dude is more slang, right? Right? So that would be more positive way of writing it. Make sense? Okay, misspelling words can also cause you problems, especially if you write a word that looks similar to the one you wanted but carries a different meaning. The best way to avoid misspelling is to become familiarized with words you often use. You should also double check the words suggested by the spell check application on your word processor. Also, these programs catch common misspellings. They sometimes make wrong suggestions or simply misspelled words. Okay, so these are some words that are, commonly misspelled. So, accidentally, awkward, acknowledgement, right? Okay, these are a couple words that are being wrong spelled. Okay, choose the word with the correct spelling. The words the in this practice may not be in the table above, and you may have to use dictionary to learn their correct spelling. Lack of water and fire extinguisher in the room aggravated the fire. Okay, so which one am I supposed to use? Lack of water and fire extinguishers in the room aggravated the fire. Which spelling do you think, Haika?
I think the first one.
The first one, right? Yeah, that's correct. And their analysis of the problem was accurate. Which one am I gonna use? Haika, the second one?
The second one is for the first one.
Yeah. My parents say my curfew is not negotiable. What do you think of spelling negotiable? Haika?
For the third one, it is the first one.
No, the second one.
Oh,
Okay. TIA, negotiable. Negotiable sounds like C, but it's actually TIA, making the sound of she, like ch.
yeah, I think
So
that's why I got confused.
So the history teacher was irritated when she talked about the omission of an important fact.
The first one?
The first one, good. Lawmakers recommend the bill to be changed.
The
Recommend,
second one.
yeah, lawmakers recommended the bill be changed before. Yeah, good. Okay, so rephrase gender bias. Writers need to make sure they address readers in a respectful and unbiased manner. One way to do it is by carefully choosing your nouns and pronouns. For example, when you address people in he, him, his, she, or her as biased, the gender will be avoid gender bias. Okay, so a teacher must be consider the background of his students' bias. A teacher must consider the student's background unbiased, okay? So student know he must do his homework, okay? So the student can be a he or also a she, right? This person can be a child or adult. So you can say the student knows they must do the homework. It's gonna avoid the bias. Make sense? Is that good? So you're not saying that you're not referring to only one student. You're not saying that the girls are a better student. You're saying all the students. You're referring to every student, right? Makes sense? Haika, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you these questions to do for the homework. So you have to write them and and rephrase them, okay? And then later the gender bias, okay? So this will be in the classwork folder. Okay, so
Sure, it's break time.
I'm still just submitting it, and so then I will give 1 minute to the break. 10:45 it starts. So this is the English assignment for you, Haika. And
Yeah.
Siddika and everyone. If I'm posting the English assignment,
Okay.
okay, so you can access it on the classwork, okay?
Okay.
Okay, guys, inshallah, we will meet at 11 o'clock after the nutritional break, okay?
Okay, I love
Assalamu alaikum, sister.
Walaikum salam.
Okay, sister. So I'm going to transfer you to the breakout room. I
Okay.
just want to let you know that Fatma and Umema are sick, so
Okay.
they won't be, they're absent today.
Oh, okay. So then, can Abdullah be in this class and I just take the day off?
Abdullah, actually, this is going to be, yeah.
Because one child, then the other two will be left behind, right? Or I can give him some writing task. Okay, I'll give him some writing task. Okay.
Okay, I'll just.
Well, is it possible to get that vehicle moved? That one's moved, I'll be okay.
Sister Aisha?
Okay, assalamu alaikum everyone. So I'm just gonna share my screen for science. So I'm just sharing my screen right now. So So Earth rotation. How do you know Earth rotates? Howardin, can you read?
How do you know Earth rotates? Something amazing happens every day unless you live far north or very far south. The amazing thing is that the sun rises in the east, it also sets in the west. We know that the sun doesn't actually move around the earth. What causes the sun to rise and set is that Earth rotates on its axis. This rotation creates day and night.
Okay. So so the sun and the like the Earth is rotating, right? And in a circular motion. So we can see like in a rotation, right, along the equator line. Okay. So in this form. Okay. Haika, can you read Earth axis of rotation?
Okay. Sorry, where? Back, axis of rotation, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So imagine a line.
The center of the Earth. The line exists, the planet at the top and at the bottom. The point at the top is the North Pole, and the point at the bottom is the South Pole. The imaginary line is called an axis. The point are north and south geographic poles. The geographic poles are different from the magnetic poles, and they are slightly different places on the planet.
Okay. So so there's a north and the celestial axis, and there's there's a south celestial pole. So the North Pole, you know, it's in the top, and the South Pole is at the bottom, right? So that this is a form of the like the equator is in the middle. So the line that is in the middle is the equator, and then you see the orbit, the rotational axis is celestial equator. It's like, you know, it's rotating around it, right? So note that the Earth's axis of rotation is tilted. The axis is not perpendicular to the plane. Okay, so the you can see it's not 90 degrees. Like it's not a straight line. It's in a tilted pattern, right? So that's this Earth's axis of rotation. Okay, so the spinning movement is called the rotation. Okay, each Earth rotates on its axis once every 24 hours. So, who else? Aya, can you read day-night cycle? Aya?
All right, day-night cycle. To an observer
yeah.
looking down at the North Pole, Earth appears to rotate counterclockwise. From nearly all points on Earth, the sun appears to move across the sky from east to west each day. Of course, the sun is not moving from east to west at all. Sorry, Earth is rotating. Um, what just...
Okay, just 1 second. 1 second. Where was I? Yeah. So can you read, you read till Earth's rotation means that there is a cycle of daylight and darkness approximate every 24 hours is the length of the day. So different places experience sunset and sunrise at different times. And among of daylight, the darkness also differs by location. So you guys know, like, you know, in different parts of the earth, there are different timings, right? So maybe we are in day time, but there is another like country might be experiencing night, right? So this is the difference. Okay, so I'm just going to be posting the questions on the Google Classroom. Okay. So I will be posting the questions on the Earth rotation we did today. Okay, so these are some questions. So I don't know if I can assign you these. Let me try assigning. Okay, I was able to assign you the question. So you guys have to read this one more time and answer the questions, okay? And the review. Make sense, everyone?
Yeah.
Aya and all the students, Haika and Bawuddin.
Yes.
Okay. So the theory of production. Okay. Bahauddin, can you read the theory of production?
The theory of production examines the relationship.
Bahauddin, can you read?
Yes, I am reading, teacher. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, now I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, good. The theory of
I can hear you.
Yes, I'm reading. The theory of production examines the relationship between the factors of production, land, labor, capital, entrepreneur, and the output of goods and service. The theory of production is based on the short run or a period of production that allows production to change the amount of variable input. In this case, labor. The long run is a period of production that is long enough for producers to adjust various inputs to analyze the best mix of the factors of production.
So the theory of production deals with a relationship between the factors of production and the output of goods and services. The law of variable proportions can explain how increasing units of a single input will cause the output to vary. Why is it important for an owner of the company to understand the theory of production? What is the easiest factor of production to change in order to vary total amount of input? Okay. Haika, can you read the law of variable proportion?
The law of variable proportion. The law of variable proportion can be the best illustrated by the using production function for a concept that describes the relationship between changes in output to different amounts of a single input while all other inputs are held constant. This concept helps a producer determine the best use of resources to affect output. The basic model used by economists is the hypotheoretic production schedule to determine output. When the number of workers change into this scenario, the company can calculate the total product of total output that the firm will produce. Generally, there are 3 stages of production. Each stage impacts return. Stage 1 begins with the first worker is hired, but there are not enough workers to produce.
Yeah. So generally, there are 3 stages of production. But there are not enough workers to produce efficiently enough to create a positive return. Until the company hires enough workers to run all of the machinery, this stage results in increasing returns. As long as as each new worker contributes to total output, then the worker before, total output rises faster and faster. Unfortunately, a company cannot continue in stage 1 because as soon as it discovered that adding additional worker increases output, the company continues to hire additional employees. Yeah, by stage 2, production output continues to rise, but a small and smaller increments. Soon, additional workers hired like stock shelves or the slowing down. This stage is no longer producing increasing returns, but now it is diminishing returns. Okay, so you understand, like, even if a company, they have continue to perform stage 1, it's likely their business, they won't get more profitable because they will produce less increment. Okay, they will pay more employees, but the production might, use, it's a profit. So then have to make the employees do other than just one thing, but they also do multiple things. Aya, can you read at stage 3? Bahauddin, can you read?
I cannot see the screen.
Okay. Let me
Watch it
read,
though.
you okay, I at stage 3. Okay, Bahauddin, can you continue?
I cannot see the screen, teacher.
Haika, can you see the screen?
It's sort of like frozen.
Haika,
Frozen.
now it's moving or no?
Yeah, I see.
Okay, hold on. Bahauddin, you should be able to see it now.
Yes, now I can.
Bahauddin, can you see the screen now?
I cannot see the reading. All I can see is you are sharing screen. Share device audio on. Stop share. Your voice is really glitchy.
At stage 3. Okay, Bhavati, can you read this I sent you? Can you read this?
Okay. Where? You didn't send anything.
On the chat. On the chat. Can you please see?
All I see is
Everyone open. In the chat.
in the chat. All I see is can you read Bahauddin? I don't see anything else.
Okay. Okay, read this Bhavati. Start reading. And everyone open the chat.
You did not send anything, teacher. Okay, now
No,
you did. At stage 3, the company has hired too many workers and now the output is considered producing in negative returns. Too many workers get in each other's way and do not produce as much as in stage 1 or even stage 2. By stage 3, the marginal output becomes negative and the total factory output decreases. The exact number of workers needed by a company can only be ascertained when the cost of adding each new worker is calculated. If the cost is low, then more workers can be hired. If the cost is high, the factory will need to consider how to produce the highest output amount in stage 2 for the least amount of money. Once the output has been calculated, the measure is known as marginal product. Marginal product is the extra output or change in the total product caused by the addition of one more unit of variable input, in this case the number of workers. In order to determine the optimal input used in production, the change in marginal product are examined in the various stages of production, the stages of produce.
Good, mashallah. So how production cost affects supply. Okay. So you see, now we see there's there is when you read this that when the total factory output decreases, the exact numbers need by might might be needed, right? So there might be less workers, right? And because of the output because when the output decreases, you might have to change the workers, might have to reduce the workers, right? Okay, so how production cost affects supply. Okay, so I'm gonna just post the question for the homework on the Google Classroom. Okay, 1 second. Okay, I'm posting the questions. Okay, so right now, can you guys also watch this video on, for 5 minutes, and we will discuss afterwards. Okay, so I have posted a link. Can you guys click the link?
Okay, teacher.
Is everyone watching the video? I just sent the link in the chat.
Saba, I got logged off actually. So can you put me back in that group, please? In that breakout room. Is this Saba here?
Assalamualaikum, sister. I don't know. I think you have to call Sister Saba because
Okay.
she's unmuted. Did everyone watch the video? Aya, everyone?
I'm still watching, teacher.
Okay, I'll give you 1 or 2 minutes. Okay, guys, please, if you're done watching, please come back. What did you guys understand marginal about marginal about the marginal theory?
About if
What did
you
what did
hire
you understand? Huh? Yes.
about if you hire too much, it won't help because example, if you hire one person, they make 5 pizzas, 2 person, 15 pizzas in an hour, 3 people, 20, 4 people, 22, 5 people, still 22, and then when it becomes 6, it decreased to 18.
Yeah. So that's why, right? If you hire more people, the production rate will decrease, right? Because there's a limit to how many people you can hire, right? And right, makes sense.
Yes.
Haika, what did you understand from the video? Haika? Okay. So now do I see the screen? Bahauddin? Bahauddin?
Yes, teacher. Yes, teacher.
You see the screen?
Yes.
Can you read it?
How production costs affect supply crucial quantity supplied will change as the price rises and falls, assuming the ceteris paribus, so that no other economically relevant factors are changing. If other factors relevant to supply do change, then the entire supply curve will shift, just as in shift in demand is represented by a change in the quantity demanded at every price. A shift in supply means a change in the quantity supplied at every price.
Now, okay. Haika, can you read this? In thinking about the factors?
In thinking about the factors that affect supply, Remember that motivates a firm profit, which all the difference between revenues and cost, goods and services are produced using companionship, labor, materials, and machinery, or what we call inputs or factors of production. And if a firm faces lower cost of production while the prices for the good or service for the firm products remain uncharged, a firm's profit go up. When a firm's profit increases, it is more motivated to produce output, since the more it produces, the more profit it will earn. So when cost of production fall, a firm will tend to simply largen quality and supply in a largely quality at any given price for its output. This can be shown by the simply curve shifting to the right.
Take, for example, a messenger company that delivers packages around a city. The company may find that buying gasoline is one of its main costs. If the price of gasoline falls, then the company will find it can deliver messages more cheaply than before. Since lower cost corresponds to higher profits, the messenger company may now supply more of its services at any given price. For example, given that the lower gasoline prices, the company can now serve a greater area and increase in supply. Conversely, if a firm faces higher cost of production, then it will earn lower profits at any given selling price for its products. As a result, a higher cost of production typically causes a firm to supply a smaller quantity at any given price. In this case, the supply curve shifts to the left. Conversely, if a firm higher cost of production, then it will earn lower profits at any given selling price for its products. As a result, a higher cost of production typically causes a firm to supply a smaller quantity at any given price. Okay, so in this case, the supply curve shifts to the left. Okay. Consider the supply of cars. Can you read Aya? Aya, can you read this? Aya, are you there?
Okay. Hang on, let me. Wait, why is? Hang on, let me. All right. Consider the supply of cars shown by curve in Figure 1. Point J indicates that if the price is $20,000, the quantity supplied will be 18 million cars. If the price rises to $22,000 per car, ceteris paribus, the quantity supplied will rise to 2 million cars. Wait, no, 20 million cars. Sorry. As point K on the curve shows. The same information can be shown in table form as in table.
Yeah. So decreased supply means that at every given price, the quantity supplied is lower, so that the supply curve shifts to the left. Okay. So you can see the quantity, and there's an increase in quantity, right? You can see the price will also increase, right? And if there's a decrease in quantity, so like amount of products you have, right? If you have like different kind of cars in your showroom, for example, if you have like about 20 million cars, the likelihood is the price will increase by a fraction of 22,000. Okay, is that making sense? So the more supply you have, the higher the price will become. So the more quantity of you have, the variety you have, the higher the price will be for for your business to flourish, right? Makes sense? To become successful. So you can see price 16,000 decreased to 1 million. Originally quantity supplied SO 12.0 million and 13.2. And when there was more increase in the quantity supply, there was 15 million supplies, you would see an increase of by a fraction of $2,000, right? And then more supply increase, you saw increase in 20,000, like another 2,000, right? So that's how you see more supply, the higher the price. Make sense? You guys understand?
Yeah.
Yeah. So conversely, if the price of steel decreases, producing a car will become less expensive at any given price. So if steel cars are made up of steel. So if the price of steel decreases, the value of the car will also decrease. So it will become cheaper for people to purchase. Does that make sense? Okay, so these are some questions you guys have to do, right? I'm going to post them on the Google Classroom.
Okay, teacher.
And Haika, what did you watch? Were you able to watch the video? Haika? Aya, did you watch the video? Yeah, what did you guys learn from the video? What did you understand? What's happening? What model was he showing that the theory? Did you guys make some notes? I can't hear you. Can you unmute again?
Yes.
Yes, what were you saying? What did you understand from the video?
Yeah, I didn't watch the full video. I only got to watch some of it.
Mhm.
So basically,
But
he was
like,
talking
what
about,
did you, when the
he was talking about the fixed versus and then the variable resources. How the law of diminishing, and then he was also talking about diminishing returns, and he did show something over there, like a graph or something, with the worker input, pizza output, and the other one, I'm not sure what it was called. Then he had some numbers on it too.
Okay. So yeah, there was graphs, right? There were graphs. So he showed the like what he observed, right? From the population. So if there was increase in like the in like production, so then he saw that, you know, they and like there was more based on what we learned in the stage 1, right? And stage 2, so there was an enormous decrease, right? All of a sudden. So because of the higher higher amount of workers being working, right? That reduced the production, that reduced the like the increments in the business, right? Like of the whatever they were doing, like in the business, right? If they're doing a factory of coal mine or anything and they hire so many workers, or baking a pizza, he gave an example of and there's too many workers, the the likelihood that the production, the increments that you get out of the business will be less profitable, right? Do you guys understand?
Yes.
Does that make sense? Okay. So you guys can start working on the questions. Um, I'm just posting the link. Click the link, right? I want you guys at least to do the first question, okay? In class right now. So
Okay,
what is the theory of what is the theory of production? So can you guys write it and your answers on the Google Classroom announcement? Okay. guys have 5 minutes to answer the question. Okay. And post your answers, okay? So you guys have 5 minutes to answer this question, okay? I'm giving you 5 minutes.
Okay, teacher.
Okay, has everyone finished the question for what is theory of production?
Not yet, teacher. I'm still
Okay.
working on them.
Okay, then please post your answers, okay? I'm waiting till 12 o'clock, okay? Before break, okay, inshallah.
Okay. Teacher, can I go on break?
Assalamu alaikum. I would like some answers, please.
Walaikum assalam.
Welcome,
Yes,
salam.
Bahauddin and Haika, answer. Ika salam.
Can you hear me properly,
It
teacher?
is ordained on a Muslim that a Muslim says salam, then you answer back.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Yes. Jazakallah khair, Quran teacher. Okay.
Hello?
Yes, Bahauddin, I can hear you now.
I've been saying for the past 2 minutes. I don't think you heard me.
Oh, okay. It's okay. Okay, inshallah. Haika is here. Haika and Bahauddin is here. Alhamdulillah. Okay. Let's study the book. We will study the book first. Okay, inshallah. We were doing Suratul Balad. We're on point number 3. Begin reading. Okay, please read point number 2. Okay, who's going to read? Haika, please read point number 3, inshallah. Siya Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Oh, I didn't share the screen. Sorry. Going to share the screen now. Okay, please read point number 3. Yes? Hello? Haika? Can you hear me? Hello, hello?
Yes.
Hear me?
Yes.
Okay, please read point number 3.
Okay. The Quran encourages men to ascend this steep uphill path. It then explains that this can be done by freeing slaves for the sake of Allah and feeding the poor. On a day of severe hunger in the state of destitution, and along with these good characteristics, one of the righteous believers who do good deeds and advising one another to be patient with Allah's decrees, and also by being patient while doing acts of obedience and avoiding acts of disbelieving. They also advise one another to show mercy towards the poor and the needy. The Quran then describes people who do such a good things as the complements of the right, which is a sign of happiness.
Okay, yeah. So what is being said in this part of the surah is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is encouraging to free the slaves for the sake of Allah and to feed the poor on a day of severe hunger, giving to the orphans of near relationship and the poor who are in a state of destitution. And along with these good characteristics, one has to be one of the righteous believers who do good deeds, advising one another to be patient with Allah's decrees, and also by being patient while doing acts of obedience and avoiding acts of disobedience. Meaning, when one is doing good deeds, so at the same time, one has to be a righteous believer. Okay? One has to have sabr. One has to have sabr on the qadr of Allah. Whatever Allah decrees, meaning whatever happens in a person's life, one has to be patient. One has to have sabr over that. For example, your parents didn't take you out for ice cream today. They said, we'll take you out tomorrow for ice cream. So that should be quite all right. Okay, you should be grateful that they are going to take you out for ice cream tomorrow instead of today. Okay. So this is what being patient, having patience on the decree of Allah, on the qadr of Allah means. Okay. Okay. Now freeing of the slaves. The thing is, there is no more slavery on earth. There is no more slavery on earth. But when there used to be slavery, then is when Islam came, when Prophet ﷺ became the prophet, then he encouraged, then it was encouraged in Islam to free the slaves. And it was done in various ways, like for example, paying the person, paying the master by with some amount. Okay, that was one of the ways of freeing the slaves. So that was highly encouraged. Okay, then feeding the poor is also encouraged, because one of the best deeds in Islam is feeding the poor people, to give food to poor. Because what is one thing that a person cannot stay without? That is food. One cannot stay without food. Hunger is something that is a very disturbing thing for a person. And we can stay without many things, but we cannot stay without food. Okay, and then giving to the orphans of near relationship. Well, who is the orphan? Orphan is a person who is not an adult. Excuse me. Orphan is a person who is not an adult and who has lost both of his parents or one of his parents. Okay, but usually it's both of the parents. That is an orphan. And then of near relationship means from around your relatives. So that person should be given to. Okay. And then the poor who are in a state of destitute, meaning who are very needy. Maybe they don't have a job. Maybe they don't have shelter. Maybe they don't have clothes, or maybe they're just very, very poor. They don't have money, or they have loans on themselves. And along with helping people in all these ways, one has to be a righteous believer. Righteous meaning one has to be praying 5 times a day, reading the Quran, being respectful to the elders, their parents, being kind to the younger ones. Okay, so these things have to come with doing all these good things. Okay, and the other part is they also advise one another to show mercy towards the poor and the needy. Showing mercy towards the poor and the needy, meaning, for example, you go somewhere, okay, and you see someone like someone begging for money. So they are poor people, right? They are begging for money, so they're poor people. You should show mercy to them by giving them some charity, by not scolding them, by not giving them hateful looks, okay, by not giving them disgusting looks. This is showing mercy to them. By maybe telling them to telling them about some ways they can get easier ways of getting help, maybe zakat funds, maybe some other ways, your parents would know, okay. So this is way of showing mercy towards the poor and the needy. Okay, then the Quran describes people who do such good things as the companions of the right. Companions of the right meaning whose book of deeds would be given in the right side, right hand, okay, which is a sign of happiness. They would be happy. Okay, who wants to read the next part? Baudi?
The surah ends by telling us who the companions of the left are and what their destination will be in hereafter. In fact, they are the disbelievers who will end up in hell, out of which there will be no escape for them.
So the companions of the left are whose destination will be in the hereafter. They are the disbelievers who will end up in hell, out of which there will be no escape of them. Disbelievers meaning who don't believe in the oneness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that there is one Allah, okay, and that the Prophet Muhammad bin Abdullah is the last messenger of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, okay, and Quran was revealed to him. He did. Those are the disbelievers, okay, and there will be no escape for them on the day of judgment. Because why? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala on the day of judgment will forgive all the sins except for shirk, except for associating partners with Allah. Okay?
Okay.
All the sins might be forgiven on the day of judgment. On the day of Qiyamah, on the day of judgment, especially for Muslims, if they have belief in their heart, in the oneness of Allah, that if they believe in Allah, right, that Allah is their God, and nobody can see him, and he is one, and he has no children, and he has no parents, and he has no wife, right? All these things, and he lives on the arsh, and he created the heavens and the earth, okay, and all the other attributes and all the other qualities about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If a person believes in that, in his oneness, okay, then that person, even if he's sinful, he will be forgiven and put in Jannah ultimately. But if a person doesn't believe in the oneness of Allah, if he thinks there are more than one God, more than one Allah, then that person will not be forgiven. Okay? So always believe there is one Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He lives on the earth. He has no children. He has no parents. He has no wife. Okay, he created the heavens and the earth. Okay. Everything happens by his command. Everything happens by his will. We have to make dua to him if we need anything. We cannot see him. He sees everything. He hears everything. He knows everything. Okay. Okay, inshallah.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, let's take a minute break. Okay. Not been a minute yet. Okay, just a minute. Few more seconds. Okay, match the following. Let's do the exercises. Match the following. This city, which one is it referring to? Makkah or Medina?
It is
Referring to?
Makkah.
Yes. The companions of the right. Which one? Haika? Which one is it? The companions of the right are?
Sorry?
The companions of the right. Who are the companions of the right?
Those who reject the truth?
No, bete. The companions of the right are the people of faith. Okay?
Okay.
This city is Makkah. Okay? And the companions of the right are?
The the right are the people of faith.
The people of faith. You in the second verse is?
Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam.
Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The companions of the left are?
Those who reject
Those who
rejected
reject the truth. Good, mashallah. Okay, let's go to the next part. According to the surah, why was man created? Okay, why was man created? Do you want to go back and have a look?
To worship Allah.
To worship Allah. Okay. One second. Charging. Let me just put it. Okay. Why does Allah scold man?
Because they might
Because
disbelieve and not pray.
Mhm.
They might do shirk as well.
Mhm.
A lot of sins.
Mhm.
Maybe they will eat or drink something haram or do gambling, something like that.
Okay. And number 3, what must we do in return for Allah's favors? Haika, you can answer this.
Okay.
What must we do in return for Allah's favors?
We must pray and read the Quran.
And be grateful. Good, mashallah. Very good. Okay. Okay, so this was our Islamic studies. Alhamdulillah. You have to memorize Surah Balad. The test is tomorrow.
Okay, teacher.
Okay, Haika? Haika? Suratul Balad test is tomorrow. Uh-huh.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so now it's time for translation. Do you memorize yesterday's lesson? Huh? Yeah?
Yeah. Yes, I did memorize.
You did memorize? Okay. Okay. What we will do is excuse me. Okay. Excuse me. Who can tell me the translation of Who can tell me the translation of وَالنَّازِعَاتِ?
By those angels who pull out the souls of the disbelievers.
Okay, Haika, what is the translation of Warqa? Hmm?
Wait,
Yes, Haika?
which surah are we doing?
Nazi'at.
Okay. With violence.
With violence. Okay. Baudin وَالنَّاشِطَاتِ.
By those angels who take out the souls of the disbelievers.
And Haika, Nashta.
Gently.
Okay. وَالسَّابِحَاتِ.
By those who swim gently.
Okay. Sabha?
Swiftly.
Okay. Sabqa?
In a race.
Hmm?
In a race.
In a race.
Okay. Falmudabbirati?
And by those angels arranged to do.
Amra?
The commands
Yama tarjufu?
On the day shake.
Both of you should answer. Rajifa?
The trembling one.
Tatba'uha?
Follow
Radifa?
the subsequent
the subsequent second blowing of the trumpet.
Qulubun?
hearts.
Yawmaidin?
That day
That day
Wajifatun?
will
will
be with fear.
Absaruha?
Their eyes
Khashi'atun?
will be downcast.
downcast.
يقولون
They say,
أئنا
shall we indeed
لمردودون
be returned
في الحافرة
to our former state of life,
أئذا كنا
even when we are
زجرة
bones,
زجرة will be a cry
will be a cry,
واحدة
single.
عظاما.
What did you say, teacher?
I said أئذا كنا أئذا كنا
Kunna
Then behold,
no أئذا كنا
and disobeyed.
no أئذا كنا is even when we are. Okay, I think you don't remember the rest of it. Till which ayah did we complete it?
I think we did till 10.
10. Okay, that's why you don't know
Yeah,
this.
till 10.
Okay, that's why you don't know this till this one. Okay, read from ayah number 11. إذا كنا, even when we are. 5 times this Arabic and English.
And when we are bones crumbled, then they see that then would be a return with loss, but only it will be a cry single. Then behold, they will be awakened alive after death. Has there come to you the story of Moses when called him his Lord in the valley sacred of Tua? Go to Pharaoh. Verily, he has transgressed all bounds.
Okay, read the next one. Yeah, read the next one.
You didn't scroll down the screen. I did it until the end of the page. You need to scroll down.
It's not the end of the page. It's the beginning of the page. Say this Iwaman bones.
I read it from Yakub.
You read it from? Where did you read it from?
I cannot see your screen now.
You cannot see your screen now. Heka, can you see the screen?
Yes, I can see it.
Now I can see the noble Quran word for word.
Okay, say this one.
I was reading. I don't think you heard. I read from Yakuluna until Innahu Dagha.
Iza
Why
man,
did you read all the way from there to there?
Izaman bones.
Heka, you read too?
Iza, Iza man bones.
Hmm. Izaman bones. Read it 5 times.
Iza man
Bones, Izaman bones, Izaman bones, Izaman bones, Izaman bones.
Hmm. Now read Nakhira, crumbled.
Nasira
Nakhira, crumble, Nakhira, crumble, Nakhira, crumble, Nakhira, crumbled, Nakhira, crumble, Nakhira, crumbled.
Now read Kalu Tilka, they say that.
Kalu tilka, they say that. Kalu tilka, they say that. Kalu tilka, they say that. Kalu tilka, they say that. Kalu tilka, they say that. Kalu tilka, they say that.
Ida then.
Izaden.
Izadan, 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 Izadan.
Karwatun.
Karatun would
Karatun would be a return. 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 Karatun would be a return.
Khafiratun. With loss.
Khasiratu with loss. Khasiratu with loss.
With loss, Khasira with loss, Khasira with loss, Khasira with loss.
Fa'innama hiya, but only it.
Fainama hiya, but only it. Fainama hiya, but only it.
Zarjatun will be a cry.
Zajratun will be a cry. Zajratun will be a cry.
Wahidatun single.
Wahida.
Single, Wahidatun.
Single. Wahidatu single.
Fa'iza, then behold.
Then behold, Faiza, then behold, Faiza, then behold.
Whom they.
Whom they.
Whom they.
Bisahira.
Sorry.
Bisaira will be awakened alive after death. Bisaira will be awakened alive after death.
Okay. Hal ataka.
Hal ataka. Has there come to you? Hal ataka.
There come to you.
Has there come to you?
Hadithu, the story.
Hadisu the story, Hadisu the story, Hadisu the story, Hadisu the story, Hadisu the story.
Musa of Moses.
Musa of Moses, Musa of Moses.
Is when.
It's when. It's when
Nadahu.
Nada who called him.
Rabbuhu, his Lord. Yeah. Rabbuhu, his Lord. Say it.
His Lord, Rabbuhu.
Haika.
Abahu is Lord. Abahu is Lord.
Good. Bilwadi, in the valley.
Bilwadi in the valley, Bilwadi in the valley.
Bilwadi in the valley.
We have completed it before too. Why don't you remember? Al-Muqaddasi, sacred.
Al-Muqaddasi, sacred. Al-Muqaddasi.
Sacred. Al-Muqaddasi, sacred.
Tua. Tua.
Tua, 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 Tua.
What is the name of a place? Okay.
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 Okay, let's do a little bit of Quran recitation now. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
And you are going to memorize this translation. But tomorrow I'm going to test you.
Teacher, tomorrow is Friday.
I mean Monday. Today was Thursday?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't realize it was Thursday. I thought it was maybe Wednesday or something. Subhanallah, my this flu and cough is not letting me focus much. Subhanallah.
It was
May Allah
long
have mercy on
weekend,
me,
teacher.
inshallah. Huh?
Because it was long weekend, that's why.
Yes, maybe that's why I forgot. Okay. Say, read. Bowden, you read first.
Of what, teacher?
This. Oh, you can see. Sorry. I didn't share the screen.
It's okay.
Okay, read please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Say A'udhu Billah first, please.
A'udhu
You
billahi
always before reading the Quran, say A'udhu Billahi Minash Shaitanir Rajim, and then Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir-Rahim. Malik Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim. Ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Amin.
Okay, good. Mashallah. Ameen. Okay, continue reading.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alam zalikal kitabu la raiba fihi huda lil muttaqin allazina yu'minuna bil ghaibi wa yuqimuna salata wa mimma razaqnahum yunfikun wallazina yu'minuna bima unzila ilaika wa ma unzila min qablika wa bil akhirati hum yuqinuna ulaika ala hudam min rabbihim wa ulaika humul muflihun.
Continue reading.
Teacher?
Yes, Haika?
No, it's me, Abdullah.
Yes, Abdullah.
Is there not going to be a grade 3 class?
I don't know, Betty. I'm not sure. I think I don't know. I teach the grade 6 and 7. Your Quran teacher was here. I think they forgot to put you in the room. Message Sister Saba.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Innallazina kafaru sawa'un 'alaihim أنذرتهم أم لم تنذرهم لا يؤمنون ختم الله على قلوبهم وعلى سمعهم وعلى أبصارهم غشاوة ولهم عذاب عظيم ومن الناس من يقول آمنا بالله وباليوم الآخر وما هم بمؤمنين.
يخادعون الله
يخادعون الله والذين آمنوا وما يخدعون إلا أنفسهم وما يشعرون.
Keep reading.
في قلوبهم.
وإذا قيل لهم.
I think you went too far down.
No, you said ولكن لا يشعرون. So after that is وإذا قيل لهم.
Okay.
Oh, the first وما يشعرون. Okay.
وإذا قيل لهم لا تفسدوا في الأرض قالوا إنما نحن مصلحون ألا إنهم هم المفسدون ولكن لا يشعرون وإذا قيل لهم آمنوا كما آمن الناس قالوا أنؤمن كما آمن السفهاء ألا إنهم هم السفهاء ولكن لا يعلمون.
Okay, that's it. Okay, you read now, Hiqa.
Okay. From where?
From ayah number 14.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وإذا لقوا الذين آمنوا آمنوا قالوا
This mud over here, you're going to elongate it. 4 to 5 counts. قالوا آمنا.
آمنا وإذا خلوا إلى شياطينهم قالوا إنا معكم إنما نحن مستهزئون الله يستهزئ بهم ويمدهم في طغيانهم يعمهون أولئك
الذين اشتروا الضلالة
ضلالة فما ربحت تجارتهم وما كانوا مهتدين
وما كانوا مهتدين. Okay, good, mashallah. Continue reading. Let me just scroll down. 1 second. Okay, now read.
مثل كمثل الذي استوقد نارا فأما
مثلهم كمثل الذي استوقد. Say it again. مثلهم كمثل الذي استوقد
فحوله ذهب.
Read again from the beginning of the ayah, please.
Okay. مثلهم كمثل الذي استوقد نارا فألما أصلت.
Let's read this ayah together. See, مثلهم لو مثلهم كمثل الذي استوقد. Say it again. كمثل الذي استوقد نارا
نارا
فلما
فلما
أضاءت
ضاءت
ما حوله
ما حوله
ذهب الله
ذهب الله
بنورهم
بنورهم
وتركهم
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 وتركتهم
وتركهم
وتركتهم
No bete وتركهم
تركهم
في ظلمات لا يبصرون
في
في ظلمات لا يبصرون في
في
ظلمات لا
الله
ظلمات I can't hear you.
ظلماء
No, ظلمات
الماء
ظلمات
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 No, I can't hear you well. ظلمات
ظلمات
لا
لا
يبصرون
يبصرون
صم
صم
بكم
بكم
عمي
عمي فهم
لا يرجعون
لا يرضيهم
أو
أو
كصيب من السماء
سماء
كصيب
القلب
من السماء
من السماء
فيه
فيه
ظلمات ورعد وبرق
بركم
the first one ظلمات
ظلمات
ورعد
ورعد
وبرق
وبرق
يجعلون
يجعلون
أصابعهم
أصابعهم
في
في
آذانهم
آذانهم
من الصواعق
من الصائق
حذر الموت
حذر الموت
والله
والله
محيط
عيد
بالكافرين
بالكافرين
يكاد البرق
يكاد برق
يخطف
يخطف
أبصارهم
أبصارهم.
Who else is in the class today?
Right now,
Aya is here. Aya joined at last.
yes.
Okay, Aya. Okay, you said you don't know how to read. Do you want to read the Qaida, Aya? Okay, Abdullah. Abdullah, can you complete this this ayat from kullama? Abdullah?
Yes.
Can you complete the ayat from the mark I have placed over there?
Okay.
Hmm.
But I don't know how to speak. I don't know how to read Arabic.
Right?
I don't know how to read Arabic.
Can you try? كلما
كلما
أضاء لهم مشوا
أضلجهم
أضاء
أضاء
ضاد أضاء
أضاء
لهم مشوا
لهم أشرهم
مشوا
مشوا
فيه
فيه
وإذا
وإذا
أظلم
أولنا
عليهم
عليهم قالوا قامون
ولو شاء
ولا شاء
ولو شاء الله
ولا شاء ولا الضوء
No, say it again. ولو شاء الله
ولا شاء الله
لذهب
لذهب
بسمعهم
بسمعهم
وأبصارهم
وبصارهم
إن الله
إن الله
على كل شيء قدير.
على كل شيء قدير.
Good, mashallah. Okay, Aya, do you want to read some of the qaida?
I was actually just practicing at the moment.
So you're not following the class?
Well, because I can't exactly read any of this, and I don't really understand any of it, so I'm kind of just on the qaida right now, trying to learn on my own level. Is that okay?
You can talk to Sister Saba about it. Okay, that's it, class. That's all for today. Allah Hafiz.
I love
Lafis.